Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another jam-packed day on Adides TV. We're going to kick things off with Aaron breaking things down for us like he always does. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
Good morning, everybody. Morning, Mr. Mika. Always a pleasure, Mr. Welp, Mr. Paz. Darren, good morning. How we doing, everybody? Hope everybody had a good night. Ready to go. We got some bullishness in our markets. Bunch of news. We just had news. How'd that come in? Oh, well, that's a beat. All right, so our non-farm employment change. That's positive news. See how the market reacts to that. Give everybody a minute here, guys. Morning, RC. Morning, Miss Mary Rose. Ellie Hayes. Good morning. All right. Get situated over here. Morning, Lar. All right, we do have news at 8:30 here, guys, so you're aware of that. All right, so let's get started. Oh, nice. You're going to see the Artemis launch. That's cool. Payroll fake news, right? Well, cool. That'll be neat to see. Okay. So starting off on news. So we just had our non-farm employment change, right? Came in at 62,000. That's a beat. We'll see how the market reacts to that. And then here at 8:30, we've got core retail sales, 10 o'clock ISM, and then at 10:30, crude oil inventories. All right. Crude oil inventories are forecasting a 2 million build, but we'll see. All right. And that's what we got for this morning. Now, what is interesting after everything that's gone on is that rate cut that was out in December, okay, is actually, unless it's changed in the past 5 minutes, no, it's actually been pushed up now into September still, September of 27. But we're starting to see these shift a little bit, all right, which is interesting. Okay, and again, all this will change, but yeah, it's interesting. Just with crude oil starting to fall, right? That's what's influencing this more than anything. So there we go. All right. Find you guys. Where'd you go? There you are. So we'll see as we move forward. Good morning, Cycle Trader. Well, thank you, Jim Bob. I appreciate that. I hope the Blue Jays and Red Robins sing you a lovely tune as well. Morning, Miss Amanda. Morning, Omar. Morning, Jeremy. What's up? Okay. All right, let's get to it. There we go. All right. Okay, so obviously big move yesterday. A lot of war news going on. So starting off on the VIX. Now remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay. So this runs inverse. Now, when we zoom out, okay, we still have those 1580s to highs that we've had since January. And that's what we're falling back into. Okay, now the spooky thing about this is since January, from those 1580s, right, this has kind of been the trend. We've traded it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and we're falling back into it. Okay, now the intraday series here, we did get out of the little danger zone we were in, our little explosion danger zone, which this broke yesterday. Okay, now here's the series on the way down. A couple different ways to look at this. You can look at it with extensions. You can look at it with these traditionals. We're going to use these traditionals because it's a little bit safer. So coming out of our highs, all right, we had this first pullback. Now, this coincides with the indices as well, and you'll see that in a second. And then from this high at 1045 yesterday, we were waiting for this pullback. Well, we never really got it. Well, we went into extensions, but those extensions broke. So what we're going from are these 1245 highs to lows. All right, just going down in this series of stair steps here. And you're going to see the exact inverse of this on the indices. Okay, we held a little extension here briefly overnight. And there was one from, I think it was right here. Yeah, I think it was right there yesterday, held. And you can make the case that that held, but we're going to use these traditionals right now because that's coinciding with the indices. All right. So that's what we're looking at right there going into the morning. Okay. So anything below 25.16, round up to 20 at a tick, 25. Below the 25.25s. Okay. We're still in this extension short. Morning, Idris. All right. We'll see if these, this is really small here, but we'll see if those little guys hold right there. Okay. So the VIX is in a downtrend. Indices are in an uptrend. VIX is in a downtrend. Haven't seen this in a while. Okay. All right. Any questions? Any questions here going into the morning on where we are? Everybody good? Just like that. Okay. Remember, we got news at 8:30 here, guys. Okay, moving on to our financials. Now, bank is in longs. All right, now it's got resistance up there, but we are going up in a series of longs on our financials. So remember, when bank rises, that's a tailwind for the indices. When bank falls, right, that's a headwind against the indices. Right? Yeah, I'm hoping for the same, Luke. But we're just watching from these lows yesterday, 1045, to highs. Remember, bank's just an index, right? It doesn't have to be exactly technical. But that's what we're looking at on the financials. So we'll see where we open up and what direction we get moving here. Okay? But VIX, downtrend, bank, uptrend. Haven't seen that in a while. All right, both bullish for the indices. All right, so here's the ES. Now, on the larger time frame, okay, the ES is pulling back, right, into this larger halfway back. We've already hit the target down here. Okay, so there's this halfway back up here above us. And obviously we'll watch when we get there. This is the equivalent of that VIX 1580 lows to highs that we've been in since January. All right. Now when we zoom in, there we go. If you walk this up, boom, boom, and then there's those 1245 lows to highs, inverse of the VIX right there. Okay? Right there, just like that. Okay, so now with the gap fill, 65, 69, 25. Okay, here's 10 points away. 79, let's look at 89, 25. If I can do it 2 days in a row. No way, look at that. 2 days in a row, Tamika. Man, on a roll. It's going to be another good day. All right, so here's 20 points away. So as of right now, we are outside of our 20 points. Where's our 30? 89, 99. There's no way I can get 3 in a row. What is it, 99, 25? Oh, almost. All right, so there's 30 points away. Okay, so we're outside of 30 points. All right, so we're in another gap and go type situation like we were yesterday. Okay, we opened outside of 30 points, just gap up, go. Okay, we're in the same scenario right now. Now, if by 9:30 we've squeezed back inside of these, right, Inside of this 30 gives us about a 50-50 shot. Inside of 20, we're looking at about a 70% chance of the gap fill. All right, so we'll watch. I mean, we're way out here right now. All right, and the VIX, more than likely, for the indices to fall that far, the VIX is going to have to squeeze at least all the way back up here. All right. So there we go. So that's what we're looking at going into the morning. Okay, so just watch the VIX and let it be your guide as we're going into this morning here. All right, if we do start trending down, right, make sure pay attention, and it's after 9:30, make sure you're paying attention to that half gap fill. We didn't even get that yesterday, right, but pay attention to the half. But you can see, even if we did fill this gap, we'd still be in this support level. Okay, so everything's bullish on the indices right now. Okay. All right, so there's the ES. Any questions on the gap fill here? Anybody? Nope. Okay. All right, moving on. NASDAQ, excuse me, not much different. Looking at those 1245 yesterday, lows to highs. There's our support, inverse of the VIX. Okay. So we'll see, just let the ES gap fill and the VIX be your guide. All right, now on the YM and the Russells. YM and the Russells. Okay, so here's the YM, and you can see the YM has a lot of room, right? A lot of room to make it up into its halfway back. Okay, now watch bank, right? Because the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to banks movements. So here's the same draw on the YM, those 1245, all right, lows to highs. We didn't even make it into a 38.2% line. All right, so watch bank as we open up here, see what direction it gets moving. If bank opens up and starts to sell off, then that could pull us all the way down into these support levels. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see. But there's the YM. There's really no other draws I want to put up right now. Number one, bank isn't open. Number two, there's really no other draws on the VIX. All right. So there we go. So there's the YM. The Russells, okay. The Russells hasn't really even made this pullback. I gotta get those off of there. Let me do this real quick. That's something. That's the chart that I changed. That's what we got. There we go. Okay, that looks better. All right. So from these highs on January 22nd to this low on March 9th, that's our resistance level. And you can see it's just been chopping around sideways, like Russell's loves ranges. Okay. So it's just been in this massive range. We're going to watch the same thing. All right. And that's going to be those 1245. Okay. Lows to highs. You see the Russell's a little bit more technical inside of that move. All right. So that is our support. Okay. Dips are getting bought instead of rips getting sold like it has been since January. All right. So there we go. Okay. Watch bank. That's the easiest way to do it, right? With the YM and the Russells. All right. We got news here right now. All right. Let's see. Here comes our news. Anything exciting? I don't know how much can excite the markets considering we've been in wartime. All right, those were both a beat. Core retail sales came in at 0.5. Retail sales came in at 0.6. So those are both a beat. So we'll see how the market responds to that. Now our next news events are at 10 o'clock with ISM, right, and then 10:30 with crude oil inventories. Okay. All right, there we go. Okay, any questions? VIX bank indices you wanted to see again before we move on? Everybody good? Okay. All right, there we go. Pretty cut and dried, right? Just 12:15 or 12:45 lows, 12:45 highs to lows on the VIX, and then 12:45 lows to highs on all the indices. Okay? Easy peasy. All right, moving on. Bitcoin. Bitcoin's making this next pullback. All right, we're still in this larger stair step down, still in the winter. We've got plenty of time. Okay, from our highs on January 14th to our lows down here February 5th, right there. We broke the long from lows right here, right there. We broke that. All right, now we can make our full pullback. We were going down kind of in a little stair step here, but that ended up breaking. So we're making our full pullback. All right, there you can see this high was put in March 17th. Okay, to our low, bang, boom, target, bounce off the target, same anchor, new low. Okay, so that's what we're watching. Going into the day. Okay, so we'll see if we can get a squeeze up here and then a roll back over. All right, now they have a little tailwind with everything going on, but I don't know who Bitcoin they is, but Bitcoin does. It's got a little tailwind right now with everything that's going on. And there are little longs inside of this leading us up, but this is what we're paying attention to up here. All right, see how close we're going to get before we roll over. All right, so there's Bitcoin. Now, crude oil, story of the day. Okay. Here's where we are. Let me just back up. All right, from our lows. Okay, this was back in December of last year. Okay, to our highs. Now that broke, yes. But we traded and defended, and then this long or this short broke. Okay, boom, 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 we broke it. Okay, that short broke. So we could make this full pullback. Okay, now there is a lot going on in the world, obviously, with crude oil. So there's that long pullback right there. Now, when you zoom in and you look at what happened yesterday, okay, we were in these extension longs, right? Remember we were talking about these? Boom, 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 boom. They broke right there. Watch this. They broke. Right there. They just dipped in. All right, well, what do we immediately do? Here's the short. All right, right there. Okay. So right there. So as soon as it broke that extension long, we draw up the short. There's the short right there. Right. And there's our target. We're bouncing off the target. Now there's also that larger long below us. Right. So we're just going to continue to trail from these highs to lows. Right. So in a bit of a pickle here, because if crude oil continues to lift off, we're back into crude oil strength, and that's going to put a headwind against the indices. Okay, if we continue to roll over, all right, that's going to be crude oil weakness, and the indices are going to continue to have a tailwind. All right, if crude oil goes up here and breaks this, then we've confirmed that long, and we can buy a pullback. Okay, so there we go. All right, very interesting. Now, if you don't know, too, there's President Trump's having a press conference tonight, right, at 9 o'clock, I believe. Man, that's late. So that'll probably be a real big deal. All right. So there we go on crude oil, starting to get tight. Let's see if this held. This is really close, just eyeballing it. Looks like that pierced. So there could be this short from highs unless we start to go into a little range here. I don't know. We'll see if that guy holds now. We'll see. This is getting tighter and tighter in here. And for all intents and purposes, as long as the frickin' thing isn't just going straight up anymore, the indices have a chance, right? So there we go. We'll see if this little short holds. That long broke, so there's that little short. We'll see. Okay. All right, so there's crude oil. Now, stars of the show. Precious metals. There's gold. Okay, so something we've been waiting on like for a while. All right, here, let's just revisit this. Okay, so gold's long is drawn from this high on August of 2011. Okay, August of 2011 highs to our highs up here. All right, so we have traded, this was all the Friday manipulation there. We traded into our 38.2. Okay, that has a target up at 65.02. All right, now in the course of doing that, that supports right there, there's the 38.2. We were in this series of short setups. All right, here was the first pullback off of highs right there. We went into extensions. There's extension number 1 right there. Extension number 2 right there. And we finally, it actually pierced right here because I kind of jumped up and down a little bit and did a cartwheel. There we go. Right, there was a little poke its head up right there. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it poked its head up right there and broke. Okay, so we've now broken that daily extension short. So where are we? Well, funny you should ask, I'll tell you. We had these longs off of lows, right? The ones that we've been in for a while that never really hit their target and then finally did. Well, now we've gone through that target. Okay, so we can go up in extensions from this high on the 23rd, okay, highs to highs. So that can be down there below us. All right, and we're bullish, right? There is a lot of protection coming off for people that have, had been short gold to protect their long position, right? So those hedges are coming off. All right. Now there's this other high right here, and depending on how you look at this, just leave it on that one. That's safer. Okay, so our next entry on gold, right, we'd have to get a pullback. Okay, now the gift would be if we made a full pullback, right? That would be from these lows on the 23rd to highs. And there'd be nothing surprising about that because that extension broke, so we could make a full pullback. Don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, but we'll see. We'll see if we can't get any sort of pullback here on gold. Okay, but there we go. So if you've been positioned in gold, that's what you've been waiting on. All right, and we finally got it. Right, so we'll look for these pullbacks here. Wouldn't be surprised if they get gobbled up at a 38.2. Okay, so awesome. Again, if you've been positioned for this, well done. Right, good job, everybody. We finally got what we wanted. Now we can start looking at these pullbacks. All right. Yeah, there is a halfway back short up here. Yeah, absolutely. We just don't really have it drawn up because we broke the series. So that's why I'm not drawing it up. But that might give us enough of a resistance level to send us back down into that extension. We'll see. Very cool. Very, very cool. All right, now silver, even cooler. Okay, here's silver. Now silver came halfway back from the history of forever. There we go. All right, so draw from 0 to highs, and silver gave us that pullback. Okay, so history of silver. All right, let's draw from zeros to highs. Okay, so here's that's right, Jeremy, let's go silver. All right, there is this potential resistance level above us, and I'm almost hesitant to even leave that up. But look how perfect we came right to that halfway back in forever. All right, right there. Pretty cool. Okay, so here's the situation silver's in. All right, whoa. We had broken that extension short a while back on silver, the one that gold just broke. And this was that first silver pullback. And it held. It was a churn, but it ended up holding. Okay. Targets are up here, 78. All right. Inside of this, we had our first little worker bee move. Right there. Right there. We went to and through that target. Boom, boom. All right. Here's our extension long. Right there. Look at you, silver. Go, silver, go. Look how much it's behaving. Well done, silver. So there's our extension long. Targets are up at 76,882 with the larger target from this move up here at these 78s. All right, so if that breaks for some reason, then we're just coming halfway back. Okay, good job, silver. Brings us down the street. That's right, Mr. Bass. Exactly, Mary Rose. Like we've been waiting on for these precious metals to flip back around since the whole manipulation Friday. Right. So there we go. Pretty cool. Go gold and silver. Keep an eye on the miners. Right. Lots of different ways to take advantage of these gold and silver trends. Right. There's the miners. There's options. There's, ETFs. There's all kinds of different ways to take advantage of these trends. All right. So there we go. There's gold and silver. Okay. Moving on to the dollar. There's another huge deal going on here. All right, here's the dollar, or DXY. This isn't the dollar, but it's a bunch of different currencies in an index. So here's DXY, right? We're in this just ridiculous dollar strength, right? Several proxies. Very good. I like the vernacular there, Jeremy. Well done. All right, we've been to this crazy dollar strength, right? Just this relentless dollar strength. Okay, and that finally broke. So all that we really know below us, all right, is down here. Okay, now that this next long in our series broke, right there, bang, that broke. All right, now there's all sorts of different resistance anchors you could draw from here. We're just going to draw from our overnight highs to lows. This is what's been holding. All right, number one right there. See it? Bang, boom. There's number two. All right, and that's from, get up there. There we go. 9:30 Eastern last night. Okay, so that's what we're going to watch on the dollar. All right, as long as this keeps falling, dollar weakness, bullish for the indices and the precious metals. All right, here's the dollar yen. Okay, dollar yen's actually going down in extensions. Okay, it's got support, but it's way down here. All right, look at dollar yen go. Well done. Okay, had our pullback off of highs. Something just happened, 8:45. Yeah. Anybody want to check the news for us? See if something just came out. Doesn't look too awesome looking at the dollar. Wow, something is cooking. What's going on, people? Yeah, somebody take a look and see if you could. Some volatility there. Definitely some volatility. What's crude oil doing? That's an important one. Let's see. Oh, so crude oil broke that little pullback. That's not a big deal. Yeah, man, something's cooking. Jeez. Don't be screwing with our precious metals. What's going on here? Don't be messing that up. All right, we're okay for now. Huh. All right. Interesting. Okay. All right, we'll see. All right, so dollar yen. Okay, going down in extension shorts. We had our pullback from highs right here. Extension short drawn from this low March 30th to lows. Amanda, you paying attention? I know you're a dollar yen fan. All right, there's the extension short we're in right now. All right, from our lows on the 30th to our low here this morning at 3 a.m. That's European low. Okay, so right there. There's the extension short you're in. Targets are down here, just chopping around inside of this right now. We'll see if we get a retest. Right, if that breaks, then we're coming halfway back. Okay. So it's down. Path of least resistance is down. Okay. Trump shared a ceasefire. Give me a little bit more than that, Mr. Pass. How do you share a ceasefire? Like as a gift? Like, here you go. You want half of my ceasefire? Like, what do you mean by shared ceasefire? Like, you can have a bite of my ceasefire? Wow. All right, I gotta hold it together here. All right. Oh, it's all the TOS new. Oh, that would involve me hitting a different button, and that would screw me up. Oh, Iran asked for a ceasefire. Okay, now I got it. Okay. Well, cool. Well, hopefully that continues. The cry uncle, basically. Okay. What the hell am I doing? All right. So there you go. There's the dollar yen, right? Going down in shorts. This is dollar weakness. Dollar weakness as this falls, dollar strength as it rallies. All right. So here's the euro. Oh, wow. Look at that. Good job, euro. Look, it doesn't get much more technical than that. Pretty cool. All right. So that's what's happening to the dollar right now is the euro hit a profit target. Okay, so from these lows, you can walk this up. All right. But this is the low we're using. Again, that's like 9:30, 9:45 last night. Okay, there's our pullback. Obviously, there's our profit target. All right, we're just going to continue to trail from those overnight lows to highs. Look how cool that is. Isn't that awesome when it does that? Geeks me out. All right. So there we go. Just keep watching that. All right. We lift off, make our pullback, lift back off. That's dollar weakness. Okay. For some reason we break and some news comes out or whatever, that would be dollar strength. All right. So what do we got here? VIX squeezing back into highs. Nothing surprising about that, right? VIX squeezing back into highs. Okay, we'll see. That line in the sand is 25.16, round up to 20 out of tick 25. So those 1245 highs to lows that we're in have a 25.25 line in the sand. Okay? 25.25 line in the sand. All right. Now this puts our gap fill in a different light, bouncing off that 30 points. All right, so we'll see. If we open, remember, if we open between 20 and 30 at 9:30, we've got about a 50-50 shot. Keep an eye on the half. We open outside of these 30, we've got a higher probability of trading away as a gap and go, especially if the VIX gets up here and rolls back over. We can lift right back off. All right, keep an eye on the dollar. And then once we get bank up and rolling. All right. Any questions? Any questions? Looks like we are trying to make that pullback. That'd probably be a juicy long right there. If we would get it a gap fill and that long setup, as long as the VIX hasn't broken this short. All right. Everybody good? Okay. No, I don't think, I think that even that's over the line, Dario, if the ceasefire was an April Fool's. Yeah, I think I think even that's too much for somebody to do. Thanks, Miss Amanda. All right, thanks, Miss Mary Rose. You guys are welcome. Okay. All right, well, let's have a great morning, guys. Remember, we got news at, what the hell we got news? 10? News at 10, and then crude oil inventories at 10:30. Okay? All right, thanks, everybody. Thanks, Ty. Thanks, Dario. Thanks, Miss Tomika. All right, this is where I draw the line. Yeah, no April Fools on a global ceasefire. All right. All right, you got us, Tyler? 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 Hello? Okay, well, I have to go, guys, because I've got somebody coming on. So I will talk to you guys later. All right. Let's have a great morning. All right. Thanks, everybody. All right. See y'all. All right. Bye.
Sorry, guys. I'm back. Had to walk away for a second, get my daughter ready for school. But we will be back with Adidas for live trading, everybody. So don't go anywhere. Good morning, everybody. We are back.
Morning, good morning.
I'm actually super mad I didn't plan a good April Fool's prank
Oh,
for
dude, I didn't even
today's
realize.
stream, dude. I totally dropped the ball on that. I was just about to say Happy April, and I realized I'm looking at the chat. I'm like, man, I really screwed up. Dang, dude. All right, well, we're 0 for 1 today, chat. We're 0 for 1 today, chat.
Well, I think that's it for me today then. Dude, I haven't done an April Fool's joke in years, I feel like.
Oh man,
People
not
always
a
get
good
offended.
one, that's for sure. Maybe like a little something here and there. My wife worked night shift last night, so she's probably half out of it. I could probably get her with a good one.
All right. Insta mall.
The market's still looking bullish here. We had the big move up yesterday. We had the war news. Iran open to ending the war. Trump talking about 2 to 3 weeks till we're out of there. Now, does any of that happen? We will see, I guess. But for now, the market seems to be liking that news as a bit of a catalyst coming into today. I do lean more towards the upside, but I don't have any kind of levels as support below. So, and I do got some stuff up above here. Which you can see we rejected here right at 24,199. Looks like what? Do we have some data pre-market?
Let's check the news. April Fool's? Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like there's ADP non-farm employment change. There was core retail sales PMI. PMI is at 945.
We got the ISM manufacturing PMI.
Yeah, at 10. Yeah. So yeah, we had stuff. So today's a heavy data day. 8:15, 8:30, 9:45, 10, and then crude oil inventories at 10:30. All right, so we got a lot going on here. About 5 seconds till market open here.
All right, so I am gonna be if we hold below 80, I'm gonna take this short. Oh, dang. Forgot to alert it. My bad. I was about to get on Discord. Go back up to that. Oh, wow.
Quick little flip it and reverse it here.
Or whatever she said. I guess I'd be eyeing longs here. I want to see us bounce off 74. We can get that pull back. I guess we're not getting it. Man, I want that long.
Same. I really wish we were just different levels in play here. We are above the open here, so I'll be using that as kind of a reference point here.
Hmm.
4 minutes into market open here, so plenty of time.
Man, yeah, I missed that long there. Coming up on this short draw here, I'd like for us to reject. Guys, I'm eyeing shorts here. I just want to make sure we reject this 60. Guys, I'm in short 55, 20-point stop.
I want this short to work so I can get a pullback for a long entry.
Yeah, I want to be long too. I think we might flush here, then pop back up. Let's see.
I'd like that.
Almost had 20 points there, but my first trim's probably going to be 30. Okay, it looks like I'm going to have to break even early on this type of action. I'm about to get stopped out. Got stopped out there.
I put on a small QQQ lotto there just in case we want to run away.
I need this. I need this fib draw to break here, or this short draw to break on this London high.
I bought 2 of the 587 calls. Just it could go to 0 and it would be fine. But in case the market just wants to go crazy bull mode here and continue just to run off the gap, I figure I put a little something on. That's but I'm still, if we get like a little pullback entry, I'm still looking for more sizable entry. I honestly like it over 24,200 on the NQ. I like it a little bit more. And on the NQ, 583.48. So I'd almost like us to get up to the pre-market highs and then maybe pull back into 24,200 area that we can kind of hold there. Maybe look for another entry, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm gonna try this one more short here at 75. I do think we're gonna break, but I want to see if I can get a 20-point stop on this one. See if we can get a quick 50-pointer here down, and then I can switch long.
QQQ up a quick 25% here.
Come on. Your rejection. I'm still in. Didn't exit. I'm watching this. Still in this short draw.
Coming into this 24,200 area here. That's where we rejected pre-market. Interesting. This spike was at 844.
There we go. I'm gonna take a trim here at 63. Stops break even. Taking another trim here. Took it at 57 there. Hey guys, I'm trailing this kind of tight. All right, guys, I'm all out. It's looking to switch long here.
I like that. I was looking to maybe take another entry here as well.
Guys, I'm long 56 here. Long 56. 20-point stop. I have trim at 82. Oh wow, stopped out immediately.
We do have PMI in 3 minutes. All right, well, the indices getting a bit of an ugly rejection here, rejecting or erasing there. Move up the first 13 minutes here.
All right, guys, I'm going long 480 here. All right, I'm in 480 long. Got news, so make sure you're not on any props that have news rules. It's a yellow folder. I don't think it's going to move. Stops at 60.
News here in about 45 seconds.
I got stops break even on this trade.
ES and NQ right at their opens. R2Y a little above, the Dow a little below. Two,
Come on, run it.
1.
Boom.
Do we pump
All right,
it
guys.
back up?
Taking the trim here at 110. All right, just going to trail now. Beautiful.
We got some more news coming out here in about 15 minutes.
Thank you, Frank. I'm all out of this long. I'm going to look to re-enter here.
I feel that, Ethan. Yeah, I tried the Q lottos here. If we hold the open, I may add some more in. Oh, geez, I just realized I never added your chart. What an idiot.
Oh, it's all good.
I thought it was on your chart. I looked at OBS, and like your camera's bigger, but it's on my chart. I'm like, what's going on?
I do want to get in on these longs again. All right. Making sure we don't flush below. All right, guys, I'm long 75 here, 20 point stop.
ES gap's about 35 points.
Still in these longs. Come on. I'm using 12.
Hold the line.
Possible I'm a little early, but there's two more good long trades, and then let's see. Just need a pop up above 84 here, and then we should be good. I don't know why it doesn't want to break above 82. Come on. Literally, just candle close above 82. Almost there. Come on. Do not like this if it does not close above soon.
Yeah, back over the open, I'm considering adding a little bit more in here.
There we go. Guys, I'm taking a taking a trim here at 107. Stops break even.
I tried a couple 586 calls as well.
We'll take one more trim at 114. All right, I'm trailing the rest here. Final TP will be around 40s.
Come on, baby, give us that pump.
Appreciate it, Wahid, man. Glad you caught that.
That's what I'm hoping too, Ethan. We shall see.
My stop is at 95 on this, and I'm done. Out of that long. want to get back in on this long.
All right, let's go, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, that trader manual lockout is clutch, honestly. Just kind of in the middle here, and we got news in 7 minutes.
Yeah, hopefully that'll give us a direction.
Yeah, I want to go long. Let's see if I could take a long off this 100 here. Nope. Never mind.
5 minutes on this data here. Give us the opening print hold.
Guess we have no choice but to wait.
I like the way the 2 minutes trying to hold the OP here. Come on, Baba. Come on. 3.5 minuets. Longest 3 minutes ever, man.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go long.
Bank Bank is looking really strong, which is good, but the VIX isn't really rolling over yet. If that could get in line, I like the probabilities for a move higher. Tell him, Ethan. Ethan said, "Go long, you're good, Zach." Or not, Adidas, not Zach. Adidas. Long it up, baby.
Yeah, I want to. Oh, thanks, Wahid.
All right, 1 minute and 10 seconds. 1 minute and 10 seconds. 1 minute remaining in the period. 1 minute. Oh, my. Oh.
All right, shit. Let's do a lotto.
Hey!
All right, I'm gonna do a 1NQ lotto here, but I need it to hit 4,100. Let's see. Gonna go long. Got to hit before news though.
Come on!
20 seconds. Haven't hit 4,100 yet. All right, canceling that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Green candle. Shabam.
Give us the Hulk boner candle.
Nothing happened.
Or a whole lot of nothing burger.
I knew the one before wasn't gonna do anything. Oh, okay, it's still pending.
Oh, it didn't actually come out yet?
Yeah, it's still pending. Damn, they playing with the numbers.
Oh, come on, come on. I need to pump this market up, wake my ass up, boy.
Weird. Why is it still pending?
We're up to $57 on the swear jar, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see what we got going on here. Wonder, keep going. Or should I short it?
Let's go, Ethan. Pump it up.
Okay, everything was kind of better than expected. All right, no movement.
We want new highs. We want new highs.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if this short draw breaks or not, but things are pretty bullish right now.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Nice. Where you going, Ethan? Where's the vacay?
Hmm. Yeah, I have some stuff I'm testing as well on the indicator side, so it looks a little messy. But I mean, it's fairly
Oh,
simple.
bro, you just does your girl know? You just put this out there. This is on a public forum.
Ooh, what's the goss?
Oh, Ethan said he's going to a brand in Oklahoma City. He's going to a Brandon Lake concert and he's proposing.
Oh, dang.
Let's
Congrats,
go.
man.
Congrats, bro. Congrats.
That's awesome.
You gonna do it at the concert? Before the concert?
Bro, get up on stage.
That's what I'm saying. You gotta be DMing Brandon Lake, bro.
I feel like if you get up there, get on one knee and do it, they may not remove you.
Yeah. Just crowd surf onto the stage.
High risk, high reward, baby.
There, yeah, there you go. Full port it.
full, full port the proposal.
Full board the proposal.
That's what we do.
After at a fondue restaurant. Okay. Yeah, he tried the DM. He did try the DM. All right, good stuff. That's when you need like a real internet sleuth that like finds out like his manager's personal page and tracks it down.
Yeah, you got to DM the manager, right?
I feel like that's the move.
Yeah, you got to. Like all their socials, like they
Yeah,
got
yeah.
managing.
Anybody that you can tell that's like on his team, that's who you got to reach out to. Fondue. Hey, listen, a fondue restaurant is pretty fire too. You can't go wrong with fondue.
Yeah. It's been a minute since I've been to one, but
They're delicious, but at the same time, I feel like they've kind of it's a bit of a loophole. Like they get you to cook the food, you're doing the work.
yeah, I mean, same with
But it's an experience. I get
barbecue, etc.
it. Yeah, true.
Yeah, I almost took that short, but it didn't get up to where I wanted it.
Listen, Ethan, not only do you got a vacation to pay for, you got a ring to pay for. This long better work. I'm still holding with you.
You does she care about the blood diamond rings or
Yeah, did you go with the lab grown ring or did you go with the blood diamond ring?
I don't know what their obsession is with these blood diamond rings.
Adidas, you got all the tea on the Summer House drama, bro?
No, what happened?
Oh, do you know what Summer House is?
Nope.
All right, here we go. I'll explain it to you, okay? So Summer House is this show where these people from New York, it's a reality TV show. Yeah. They go to the Hamptons over the summer and the weekends. So do you know the drama I'm talking about then?
I don't know the drama, but I know the show you're talking about.
Okay. All right, yeah, so that show. So like the two of the people that had been on it the longest and were like two of the main characters were Kyle Cook and Amanda Batula, I think her name is. And they were married for I think like 10 years. So they were dating on the show the whole time. They got engaged on the show. They got married, and then now they've been married. I don't know, 10 years might be a little long, but they've been married for a bunch of years. But it's always been kind of toxic. And then a few years ago, Kyle brought this dude West onto the show, and there's this girl named Sierra, and so Sierra and Amanda were like two best friends, and they're all friends with Kyle, who is married to Amanda, and then Sierra and West, they dated for a while, and they still had like some feelings going that were going on this season. Well, anyway, Kyle and Amanda end up getting divorced. Okay, they end up getting divorced, and then these rumors came out that Amanda and Wes were hooking up, and this was bad for a lot of reasons, but mostly because of her friendship with Sierra.
Right. Was it happening before though? Did they catch anything?
Well, so it just came out now. But then Dave Portnoy tweeted something about how he found out about this at the Super Bowl, which is in February, which threw a new wrench into the whole timeline. So now there's all kinds of drama going on. And Summer House is a show that I've watched with my wife for a long time, so I'm neck deep in the drama, in the tea.
Oh, okay.
If you can't tell.
I tried that stuff's always fun. I'll try like my wife's all she watches all that stuff. I don't think she watches the Summer House, but you know, like Love Is Blind and
Yeah. I'm sure she's still, even if you don't watch Summer House, if she's on social media, I'm sure she's well aware of the Summer House drama going on right now. So Ethan said he actually has his grandpa's engagement ring.
Oh, that's pretty
cool. Nice.
I've never heard of Age of Attraction.
Oh, you've never been to fondue, Ethan? You got to. You're gonna enjoy it. It's pretty sick. Oh, I gotta take this phone call real quick.
Oh, so okay, so Age of Attraction is older people dating super young. I think I saw like some ads for it. Interesting. Yeah. I remember some. Uh, that's kind of crazy though. Dating that young. Yeah, is it though? I keep wanting to take this short, but it's literally I just wanted to go to 85 first. Ah, the Promise Room. This sounds familiar. They have a Love Is Blind thing like that, right? Or maybe it's like the Paradise Room. I don't remember. I'll watch like here and there when my wife's watching.
Sorry about that. Did I miss anything?
Just talking about Age of Attraction, where
Age of
old dudes date young women.
Is that a? Oh, you know what? I did see that. I saw some clips of that. But it's also old women with some young dudes. It's not just old dudes.
Oh, yeah. He just mentioned.
Yeah. It is a mix of some you know, I wanted to say MILFs, but I don't know if they actually have kids. So that might be misspeaking.
I've been literally eyeing this short, and I've watched it whip down like 30 points like 4 times. And of course, when I want to get in it, I'm sure it'll stop.
Yeah, we're kind of still stuck here in this midday or intraday range we got going on here.
All right, guys, I'm a short 62 here, 20-point stop.
All right, Ethan, say it with me. Shame, shame, shame. Just kidding.
Don't like that engulfing candle. Let's see. All right, guys, I'm short 62, so this is my last trade. I don't have any more accounts after this. Looking for a flush here. I'm probably gonna. There we go. I'll take a trim here at 42. Stops break even. I'm gonna let this run from 57. I got runners from 57 to 55. They're probably gonna get taken out quick here though. And I'm out. All right, guys, I'm done. That's it for me. Well, it was fun. I will.
Yeah,
I'll
dude.
ask. I'm gonna ask my wife about all these shows.
Yeah, ask her if she's aware of the summer house drama. I'm curious if she is. I feel like she has to be. But yeah, you'll have to let me know. Let me know next week.
Later, guys.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Peace.
All right, guys. I'm gonna hang out for a little bit longer while I'm holding some of these QQQ cons. Like them to get moving since I went with 0 days. Oops. Let's see. Really want us over 24,199. Acceptance over that, I feel a lot better. $57 on the swear jar. You got to make sure you're tuned in, Ethan. When that jar cracks, baby, you might need that hundo for your concert. You going this weekend or when is it? If you're still on. Hey, we got a Stock Guys TV TikTok now. I was posting a bunch of TikToks yesterday. One with Karen on the short. It's doing well. All right, come on, baby. She wants new highs. Daddy wants new highs. The Nas Daddy wants new highs. And who am I not to give it to her? Why does it keep logging me out? All right. Come on, Vix. I need you to fall off a cliff. I need you to fall off a cliff. Oh, doesn't want to give it to us. Kind of a mixed bag on the market watch, but big names are all green for the most part. Apple, Microsoft, kind of flat. But Google, Meta, Nvidia, all green. Amazon, MU, AMD, Intel. This is the area we need to break. Obviously, you can see we had the volatility here, rejected. We rejected the level here, checked there again. So this area between 24 180s, 24 200s. If we can get above 24 200s, I think we should go tag 24 240s, kind of go get that pre-market high. But we'll see. This could just be kind of some range action, in which case we could reject right here, head back down to the open. Maybe even make new lows intraday. We'll see. So need this to break here. Don't want to see a bigger pullback, or I'll probably just call it. Dang, boy. We can't pop it. All right, give it to us. Give it to us. So let's take a look at QQQ. This is what I'm holding this on. Ultimately, I'd like to see a target of 586.86 would be my ideal scenario. There we go. There's new highs intraday here during the New York session. Now, can we go get them pre-market highs, baby? Can you do it for your boy? We green, baby. We green. We green. We green. We green. NQ still rejecting all this 24 199s. Give me the pre-market highs, and I'll probably look to take a trim skis. Oh. Oops. Slow ride. Take it easy. The Dow looking ugly. All right. Well, I don't like the way that necessarily looks right now. I'm going to continue to hold it, see if it works. But if we start to break back down, like towards the opening prayer, I'll probably just close it. But we'll just wrap up the live trading session. I'm not going to enter anything else for the time being. And then we'll be back at 12 o'clock for the nooner with Sir Aaron Ellis. So make sure you guys are back for that. But thank you guys for tuning in this morning. Hopefully you guys will be able to catch some solid trades. And we'll see you guys this afternoon. Talk to y'all soon. Peace. Good afternoon, everybody. We're back with the Nooner with Aaron. Go ahead and take it away, Aaron.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How we doing? Hope everybody had a great morning. This is fantastic to see. What's up, Miss Tomika? Everything going up. Nice to see. All right. Afternoon. What's up, Amanda? How are you? Getting a lot of rain today. So Tamika, you East Coasters got rain coming your way. Florida, you get rain every day, right? Just for about an hour, then it stops. You kind of count on your rain every day. All right. Man, are we just in a bid? Hedges are getting hit. All right. In the summer, yes, just your hour of rain every day. It's your B-Day month. When's your birthday, Tamika? I am writing it down. Best play of this stock splits. What? Oh, Lily? Hang on to it. You kidding me? Just hang on to it. So 410, Tomika birthday. All right. I won't forget. Happy B-Day month. Yeah, RC, just hang on to that thing, man. That's how wealth is built, man. You get that crazy. Is it? Did they announce a split? Did Eli Lilly announce a split? Yeah, I mean, you can buy leaps on it for sure. Or just let your double amount of shares continue to appreciate. That's what I would do. I wouldn't mess with a good thing. I haven't announced it yet. What's it up to? Is it getting ridiculous? Let's see. What is old Eli Lilly doing? $968. Still off its high, right? Peaked out at 11.15. Sheesh. That is up there. Start losing a lot of buyers there. All right. Okay, let's get started, guys. Exciting markets here. Starting off in the VIX. Okay, now what we're gonna, I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but what we're gonna have to pay attention to, okay, on our larger term time frame. What's up, Mr. Will? We still have those 1580s, okay, down here on the VIX. Remember, this is VX, the VIX feature is not VIX, the index. This runs inverse, right? VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. So from these 1580s to highs, we are coming back down into that. Now, that's not going to mean anything unless we break shorts. Okay, but it's still there. We've used it 4 times. All right. Now, intraday. All right. Now, remember, President Trump is speaking tonight at 9 o'clock. So who knows what's going to transpire with that. So just keep in mind, just let price tell us everything we need to know. Okay, but coming off of these highs, we had pullbacks here, then we had this pullback, right? There were 2 different levels we were watching. We were watching extensions and we were watching this pullback too. Well, this pullback, this is just fascinating. I just love this. Love this instrument. Okay, there was our 1245. We were talking about this morning. 1245 yesterday, highs to lows. Okay, 25.16, round up to 20, add a tick, 25. Line in the sand, straight down. How fascinating is that? It's just awesome. Geeks me out. Okay, so this short didn't break. All right, that's why we never assume anything on the VIX. We gotta let it break and then buy pullbacks. But so the short held. Targets are down here at 23.65. So we'll have to watch that. Right. Going into this afternoon. Yep, touch right to our line in the sand. 25.25. Bam. Right. Indices straight up. Okay. What we can kind of watch here in our afternoon are these previous lows to see how aggressive we're going to get. Right. We stay below these previous lows here at 24.05, right? We can just continue straight down to targets. Okay, we start to close up here and start to lift off, then we really wouldn't want to 100% trust this shortness, this next short setup. We could, but we will have dipped into a low. So just be careful of trusting this short setup. If we do squeeze, it could hold. Don't get me wrong. But as we know, anytime we touch the bottom of the range or top of a range, or we dip into them, we can get that squeeze, and that can push us back to the top of the range. So as of right now, let's use these lows kind of as our line in the sand. All right, we keep falling through those. We're just going to run down to these targets, and we'll have to pay attention once we get to these 23.65s. Okay, 2 ticks away would be, if you round down to 60, would be 23.70. All right, depending on if you round up or round down on that. All right, so there we go. But just straight VIX weakness, just awesome, right? Had this extension long up here that broke, just beautiful, right? Had this extension long. We know that extension longs on the VIX, extension shorts on the indices don't last very long. That wasn't the right draw. It was from back here. Yeah, I think it was right there. Try that again. Third time. There we go. All right, we have these extension longs. They broke, held the first short setup, and there we go. Trend break. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. What an incredible instrument. All right, so there we go. There we go. We're in shorts until we're not in shorts anymore. Okay, so no reason to try to pick a top on the indices, right? Path of least resistance is down on the VIX. Haven't said that in a while. All right. Any questions? Any questions at all? Everybody got their bearings? Right? Don't want to pick up pennies in front of steamrollers here. Right? Path of least resistance is down on the VIX. So trying to pick a top on the indices, kind of like picking up pennies in front of steamrollers. Okay. All right, there we go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, look at bank. Look at bank today, right? If you want to see a tailwind behind the indices, there you go. Okay, these are the financials in our markets, right? Financials are rising. That's a tailwind for the indices, right? And if we keep going up, it's just going to maintain that tailwind behind the indices. Okay, real hard for them to go down. A lot easier for them to go up. Okay, remember, this is just an index. This isn't traded, but we did have these pullbacks, right? And those have now gone to and through their targets. So there could be an extension long here. Again, not traded, just we'll use these draws as a guide, right? So pretty cool, complete, just absolute trend change. Okay, absolute trend change. Oh, there could be one. Let's use this one. All right, from this high on the 23rd. All right, what is going on? Yep, there it was right there. As soon as we went through the target, there it was right there. Now we've hit that target, so we're just going to continue to trail. Just going to continue to trail this uptrend. There we go. All right, pretty cool. All right, so there's our financials. They keep going up. Indices keep getting a tailwind. All right, now onto the indices. Look at that. It's just awesome. Okay, now those 1580s to highs, okay, on the VIX are these January 3rd, what did I say 3rd? January 28th highs to lows. Okay, that's up here. These are those 1580s to lows, or 1580s to highs on the VIX, right? Number 1, number 2, number 3. So if those 1580s to highs on the VIX hold and we break short setups on the VIX, we're going to roll right back over. Okay, so we're squeezing off a profit target, right, to the tick. How cool is that? All right, just making our next squeeze. All right, and if the VIX breaks shorts, we're going to roll back over. Okay, if the VIX continues down in shorts and doesn't break them, then good to go. We're on our way up. All right. So intraday, remember we're watching those, those 1245 highs to lows on the VIX, 1245 lows to highs on the indices. Right there, 1245 yesterday, lows to highs, bang, right there. Didn't even fill our half today. Didn't even fill the half gap fill today. That's 2 days in a row. We haven't even filled the half. How bullish is that? Right? So ES is at this profit target. Okay. VIX is not there yet. Right? VIX is not there yet at the profit target. So there's a little bit of divergence going on here. Okay. So somebody's got to play catch up. Hopefully the VIX plays catch up and gets down to this profit target. It's the same draw, right? Same draw. VIX isn't there yet. Indices are. So we're going to pay attention to that. All right. So if the VIX continues down to that profit target, ES could just go through. Right? Absolutely. You can see we're starting to get our reaction right there. Right? Starting to get a little profit taking. So we'll see. Interesting. Yeah, gap fill today. We opened outside of 30. Right? At 9:30. There's 30 points away. Gap fill's down here. We opened outside of 30. Another gap and go. Gap up, take off. Just like yesterday. Right? Gap up, take off. Just gap and go. Those 30 points, man. I'm telling you. Pretty cool. All right, so there we go. There's the ES. No new draws yet because the VIX hadn't hit that profit target. All right. So indices are extremely bullish. Extremely bullish. Now, if the VIX does get back up above these lows, closes back up here and starts higher, then that will pull the indices down off that, or the ES down off that profit target. Okay. So we'll see. But if it does continue down, the VIX or the indices can just continue to grind higher. Pretty awesome. The amount of fuel from hedges in our markets is just insane right now, right? Think how long people have been short since January, right? So there's a lot of fuel that needs to get expelled here. All right. Pretty cool. Okay. So there's the ES. Nothing really to do yet, right? There were those pullbacks right there on the VIX. That was the entry into this morning's rally. Pretty cool. All right, so there we go. There's the ES. Here's the NASDAQ. There's those 1245 lows to highs. There's the pullback at the profit target. And now the NASDAQ's going through it. Okay, because the VIX isn't at its profit target yet. The VIX continues down. These guys are just going to grind higher. All right, so same. ES and the NASDAQ. Pretty cool. Okay, moving on to the YM and the Russells. All right, think bank. Bank is just screaming higher. YM and the Russells are going to have a tailwind, a massive one. All right, look at that. YM 1245, lows to highs. Hit its profit target. There's your profit taking. Look how aggressive this is getting. All right, there's your next pullback. Front run, targets are up here. So the YM's already completed that and made a pullback. All right, isn't that crazy? To the tick, pullback, next long, targets are up here. Okay, so just watch bank this afternoon. All right, if it continues to grind higher, it's going to take the YM and the Russells up, all right, more aggressively than it is the ES and the NASDAQ. If bank rolls over, then you're going to see pullbacks on the YM and the Russells. Okay, there's the YM, not a whole lot to do at this moment. All right, moving on to the Russells. All right, here we go. There is the Russells hitting its target, 1245, lows to highs, bang, bang, target. All right, so we'll leave these here and see if bank continues up, it's going to drag this through. If bank rolls over and makes a pullback, right, then we can make this next pullback from those 1245 lows to highs. All right, but we'll leave it here for now and see if we go through it or if we start making this pullback. But just awesome, right? These indices and the VIX are just on fire, just fantastic. All right, fantastic trading environment. All right, so we'll see if the VIX starts to make new lows here. All right, see if we start making new lows. There's that low, right? See if we start making new lows here. And then the indices would squeeze higher. Okay, any questions? VIX Bank indices? Anybody? Before we move on? Everybody good? See where we are? Trend change. All right, pretty cool. All right. Okay, good. Good deal. All right. Moving on. Bitcoin just stuck in the mud. Okay. Not really going anywhere. All right. We still have this short from highs. Now, what is interesting about this short from highs on Bitcoin? That this next in our series, it didn't break on spot, unless I'm seeing things wrong. I'll look at it again here with you guys in a second. But this broke on the futures markets, but this didn't break on spot. So which one's winning? Well, we don't have to really guess because that is the most important draw anyway. Okay, remember on Bitcoin, right? We have broken this long from lows and already traded this short from highs once. Once right there, the target, bounce off the target. Here's number two. Okay, so that's what we're watching more than anything. All right, still in the crypto winter. We got plenty of time. All right, okay. I'm going to put a little alert down here because I want to know if that makes a new low. Don't do that. Do this. 395. There we go. Come on. Okay. If that starts making new lows, right, then these indices are going to grind higher. If we lift off from here, roll over. All right. So moving on to Bitcoin spot. There we go. That's Eli Lilly. I was just looking at. Okay, so here's spot. Now remember where we are, right? We got lots of room. Okay, we got lots of room. Okay, so from these highs, this was October 6th, right? We had these pullbacks. Boom. Here's that next pullback going down in a series. So we've got targets at 33.5 or September, October 6th. All right. Now, this is what I was talking about. Okay. Inside of these pullbacks, right, on the spot market, we haven't broken that next pullback, that little stair step right there. We never broke it. Futures did. So I don't know. We'll see if we roll out of that or not. But there's the most important one up there, right? So let me get the magnet out. Make sure we didn't break it. Doesn't look like we did it? Looks like it defended that 61.8. Interesting. So there we go. Either way, Bitcoin's in shorts. It's going to stay in shorts. All right. We got targets way down there, 33.5. Okay. All right. So now stocks. What would you guys like to see? Sure, there's going to be more now that the indices are in an uptrend. What would you guys like to see? Anybody? Nobody's jumping on the stocks yet? Nobody's licking their chops? There we go. What's up, Miss Mary Rose? Robinhood. Yep, let's look at that. I assume you're looking at Hood W, but we'll look at the underline. Oh, that broke. Okay, so let's see where we are here. All right, so we have defended that long, this 50% off sale. Basically all-time low. You can draw that to 0 if you want to. All right, draw it to 0. Okay, to highs. We're right in that true 50% off. All right, so let's see. All right, there's that extension short. Oh, that hit its target, didn't it? Didn't it? All right, went through it. This broke. Bang. So you know that it's coming at least back up there. All right, so this is what I'd watch, Mary Rose. Depending on your time frame, there's your next resistance, and nothing's saying that's going to hold. Right? Nothing's saying that's going to hold. All right, I would watch these longs from lows. Yep, that's what I'd watch right there. That's what I would watch right there, that little guy. All right. Be curious to see what type of pullback we get before it gets bought. But it appears it's done step 2 of changing trend. Traded support, number 1, broke the short, number 2. It'll hold the long right there. Might be onto something. Might be onto something. You're going to see a lot of stocks like that, right? You're going to see a lot of stocks like that. Very welcome. TSEM, sure. Let's look at that. What is the, oh, semiconductor. Okay, so that extension broke. No surprise there. All right, so there's our extension long from, what is that, January of last year. Highs to highs, there's your pullback, gone through that target. All right, there was that extension that broke. Now, if this makes a new high, okay, you can redraw this. That's going to reactivate this here. All right. As of right now, see how it's defending this high? That's how that happens. We'll break an extension, but we'll defend this previous high, and then we'll make a new high, and then draw highs to highs, and then it'll take off. All right, but right now, this is what you're looking at. Unless it makes a new high, drop that back down, draw highs to highs, and there you go. All right, so kind of in no man's land here. What you can watch for, though, because this did break, right? That did break. So you can watch to see, it's in an uptrend, right? You can watch to see if these start holding here, okay? So that's what you're looking at on that one. No guarantees that that's going to hold, but if it does, right, again, and we make that new high, draw that new extension. All right. So there we go. That would be the next entry if it does make a pullback before it makes that new high. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, there you go, RC. Very welcome. Bull and INTU. Yep. What's up, Forrest? What's up, Mr. Best? All right, Bull. Weeble. Weeble's not doing so hot. Oof. All right, so there's that extension short, okay, that we've been in. That's from this low in November of 25 to our low here, February of this year. There's the pullback. Gone to and through that target. Let's see if we can make anything out of this. All right, so there's your lows to lows right there. So if it would break this, you could look for a pullback that would lead you back into that original extension up there. Okay. Not super good. All right, hasn't broken any sort of shorts yet. All right, so we'll see. These, you need to break these 513s up here, right, for anything to happen, because that's the squeeze right there, and that's just its next extension. It has targets in at 435. Then it's going to run out of room. All right. So I wouldn't draw any longs from lows yet because we haven't broken any shorts. All right. There you go, Mr. Paz, or Forrest, whoever asked for this. That's what it looks like right there. All right. Yep, there you go, Mr. Paz. Sorry, we should have better news for you. All right. INTU. What do we got here? What do we got cooking here in Santa's kitchen? Bouncing off of something. Okay, that's a 0 to high. 0 up to November of 21. There's your pullback. No target. Just leave the draw right there. Came right back down to it. So let's see what we got. All right, there's the extension short from August of 25 to our lows. And that's up there. We haven't broken it, but we are starting to hold this little long from lows here. All right, starting to hold this little long from lows. So let's zoom in here and see if we can't make something out of this. All right, coming off of these highs. There's number one. Here's your little worker bee move inside of that. It's a little sloppy. Not a whole lot going on, but that's how you could look at that right there. All right. Remember, there's two ways a market changes trend. One, we'll break a short and then we'll hold the first pullback. Number two is a double top or double bottom. So let's look at, hang on real quick. Nope. No, it's a little sloppy in here. Got all these amateur gaps. See all these? There's one there. There's one there. There's one there. So I'd look at it like that. The only thing that would possibly get us moving to the upside would be if this breaks right there. If that 427.50 breaks, and then you see this long from lows hold, that could lead you higher. It's just kind of stuck right now. Okay, not a whole lot going on with that. We're at support, absolutely, but we just haven't held any longs yet. Haven't held any longs yet at all. So see if we break those 427.50s and then see if you can get a pullback to hold for us, and then maybe that'll lift us off. All right. So there you go. It's like that. Almost, maybe, right? Just not there yet. Just bouncing off support. Hadn't started trending yet. All right. So there's that. There you go, Forrest. Any others, guys? Everybody good? All right. I think I got all of them. Okay. All right, moving on. There we go. Okay. VIX starting to come out of that low, guys. That little dip into lows here. All right, so we'll see if that continues. And you can see the ES falling out off of its profit target. All right. See that was coming off. I'm sure the NASDAQ is too without looking at it. All right, just a series of measured moves. Okay, crude oil. All right, now, crude oil. All right, if you look at this now, obviously this can be wild with everything going on with crude oil. But if you do just straight up what price is telling us, we traded into these longs, right? Broke the short. Boom, 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 boom. Broke the short. Get rid of that. Long from lows. Long from lows. And we're sitting right at it right now. So there's this little series leading us down, okay, that we've been in from these highs. And we can keep a close eye on that. We had these pullbacks right there, target. All right, we're trading back up into them again. So we haven't officially touched these 95.62s to light that fuse. So we could fall back into this, but again, tonight at 9 o'clock is Eastern is probably going to get this thing seriously moving around. Okay. So that's going to be a big deal. All right. Remember, if you trade crude oil, they still have a pit, like in the movies, guys standing around yelling at each other, making trades. That closes at 2:30 Eastern during the week. So after 2:30, this will probably really slow down. All right. So there we go. Not a whole lot to do right here. Haven't really traded this short. Haven't really traded this long. Just choppy chopperton in there. All right, now gold and silver. Holy moly. So here's gold. All right, I want to show you guys where we are. Not that one. I got to go out even further on this. Okay, here's gold. From August of 2011, the highest to highs. That's the next long in this massive series. Okay, and we came down, and we've traded the 38.2. And then we broke shorts. Okay, so that's that. There's the 38.2. There were short setups There were short setups leading us down off of these highs. All right, right there. Extension. These broke yesterday. Those extensions broke. Okay, so here's what we're going up in now. Get rid of this. All right, gold is in longs. Silver's in longs. Okay. So from this low that we put in on the 23rd to our highs on the 23rd, there's the pullback, right? There's that profit target. Okay. We've gone to and through that. So we're just going to continue to trail. This is just aggressive, right? A lot of gold shorts coming off. All right. There could be more aggressive extensions in here, but this is the one that we know of, and that's from the high on the 23rd to highs. So you can see gold could make a pullback, right? And that's probably going to get gobbled up pretty quick. But that's gold. It's just going straight up right now, right? Just going straight up. So pretty awesome, right? Pretty awesome if you've been positioned for this. All right. So there we go. We'll just keep trailing from those 23rd highs. We'll just keep trailing at the highs if it just keeps going up. All right. Nothing really to do at this moment unless you just want to throw a dart at it. Okay, silver holding these extensions. This is just insanely aggressive. So silver's larger long setup, okay, is drawn from this low on the 23rd to our highs on the 24th, right there. And that was that churn inside of that support and then finally lift off. Well, from coming out of that churn, right, we had these pullbacks right there. Those went, here's their target. Those went to and through their targets. So just highs to highs. And that's holding. That is aggressive. Look at that. Okay. We've got larger targets up here at 78. So we'll have to pay attention when we get up there. But look at that. All right. There's that extension long holding right there. Pretty cool. Right to the tick. All right. What did we trade? 73.99. What did we trade here? We traded 74, a penny, right? One tick. Pretty cool. So there we go. Targets are up here. Not a whole lot to do right at these highs, but the entries were down here, right to this next long. So we'll see if we get to this target and start to pull back, then we're just going to continue to trail this extension until we get to this larger target and decide what to do. Okay, so there's gold and silver. Awesome, right? Here's the dollar. Dollar's completely changed trend. All right, we were in dollar strength trades forever. Now we're in dollar weakness trades. All right, here's what we're watching. All right, remember this is DXY. This isn't the dollar. It's an index, right? A bunch of different currencies. My draw right. So from these highs, 8:30 last night. All right, highs, lows, bang, bang. Number two. Go up there, bang, bang. This would be number three. We're just going to continue to trail this down. If it starts going down in more aggressive moves, great, we'll draw them up. But this is all we know of right now. Those overnight highs to lows, number 1, number 2. This would be number 3. Yeah, we're not going to count that. This would be number 3. So it does have room, right? It does have room to make a pullback. But let's look at the currencies because they'll tell us the truth. Okay, so here's the dollar yen, right? Dollar yen's an extension shorts. All right, and that extension short is drawn from this low on March 30th to lows. Right there. Was that Monday? Yeah. Monday's lows to lows. Right there. That extension's holding. Right? No doubt about it. Okay. All through here. So a break would be breaking these 158.92s, and then we'd make this larger pullback. And that's just the highs to lows. Okay. There is support below us, but we're not there yet. Okay. So right there, not a whole lot of movement. All right. Euro, not a whole lot of movement. It's in longs now. Okay, and we're watching same thing overnight. This was Monday 9:45. Lows to highs. This is what you're seeing, the inverse of on DXY. There's number 1 target, number 2 target. Haven't made our pullback yet, so we'll move it up there. Okay, just like that. This going up, dollar weakness, bullish for the precious metals, bullish for the indices. Rolling back over, dollar strength. Bad word. That's a bad word. All right. So there we go. All right. There we go. So let's see what we got. Vic, oh, got smacked. All right. Vic's just dancing on this previous low right now. Just dancing there. See the indices just dancing at this profit target. What's bank doing? To the tiebreaker here. We're in the slowest time of the day, remember, guys. This is the 12:30 to or 11:30 to 1:30 slowest time of the day. And there's bank still trying to go up. Precious metals, what's silver doing? Trying to get through these highs. Everything is just bullish, guys. There's a tailwind behind everything. You can see it, right? Everything, path of least resistance is higher. Path of least resistance on the VIX is down. Path of least resistance is up on bank. Okay, so pretty awesome stuff, guys. Now remember, tonight at 9 o'clock, okay, President Trump's having a press conference. So we will see what that does, especially to crude oil, right, which is going to trickle down, no pun intended, trickle down and affect everything, right, those crude oil prices. You can see if you were on this morning that even this little drop in crude oil prices moved that first rate cut into September of next year instead of December. So crude oil continues to fall. Hopefully it will, right? That will, that'll continue to put a tailwind behind the indices and the precious metals and everything else, right? Kind of being a leading indicator right now. Okay. Any questions, anybody? Any questions? There's no reason to play top picker here unless this VIX starts to lift off. All right, and bank rolls over. You want to see at least the VIX close a 15-minute bar above these lows, right? But again, path of least resistance on the VIX is up, or on the indices is up. All right, especially if bank keeps going. Okay, anybody have any questions or anything you might have missed? You're very welcome, Mr. Paz. Yep, very cool markets right now, guys. Very cool markets. It's been a while. It's like an old friend coming back, right? Visit from an old friend here. VIX down, bank up. Hello, Art. How are you? All right. Okay, everybody good? Okay. All right, cool, guys. Yeah, just remember, tonight could be wild if you're one of those that likes to trade after hours. Don't get smacked by the press conference and not remember it. All right. Okay. Very good. Thanks, everybody. You guys are the best. Remember, also Friday we're closed. Remember that, right? Friday we're closed for Good Friday. Okay, so we only got one more day left in the week. All right, tomorrow's last day of the week. All right, and then everybody gets a long weekend, or most everybody gets a long weekend. Okay. All right, guys. You guys are the best. Tyler, you on?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. See ya.
Thanks. See you tomorrow. All right, guys. That's where we're gonna wrap it up for today. We will be back tomorrow morning, 8:15 a.m. to do it again. The QQQ trade that I took live today ended up working out, so nice hold on that. I've taken some profits on that. I'm holding a couple runners. See if the trend will continue or not. Hopefully you guys are able to have a solid trading day as well, and we'll see you guys back tomorrow morning to do it all again. It's been a strong week. Peace out, everybody. Love you all.